Meanwhile, aboard the Cajun Queen, Pierre LeBlanc, known by his fellow anglers as Scaly Pete.
They're the hunting sharks. I hunt sharks. It's in the blood. There was somebody better at this, you'd be following them, yeah? Oh, people got a lot of wrong ideas about sharks. So I just say how we gotta coexist. Now, how you gonna coexist with that shark, huh? Shark just wanna do one thing. That's kill you, eat you, and you out. What I do, I consider a sacred honor. Kill them all if I could. Too bad, they put 24 hours to a day.
Shark spotted in Fatik Bay. Several deaths reported. Shark can be identified by rusty harpoon embedded in flank.
Get the out of my way. Got a job to do.
This is an adult bull shark. Fast, fierce, and armed quite literally to the teeth, she has little to fear here in the Gulf. The muscular marvel confidently moves through its watery world. The Predator's 350 fearsome teeth are put on full display. Exhibiting behavior more common to a thresher shark, this bull makes creative use of her powerful tail. A shark fin is a sinister reminder to humans that the ocean remains a wild and untamed domain. The bull performs an acrobatic feat worthy of an orca, cruelly imprisoned and put on display in a marine park stunt show. The big fish plunges to the ocean below. The bull's speed is astounding for a large marine predator. A breaching shark is a rare and calorie-intensive spectacle. While it is well known that sharks feed on mollusks, fish, and seals, less discussed is their propensity to feed on fish. Emphasize that this sort of targeted violence is quite unusual for a shark.
That shark needs a good whack on the nose. Go get him, Chan. How you doing there, Shark? Gotcha! Kenny, knock him down, partner. She putting up a fight for sure. Watch over. Okay, Darren, you got this, boy. Making a lot of splashes. I ain't playing no more. Catch me this shark myself. Oh! Look at them teeth! Oh, she gonna make quite a mantelpiece. Got us some dinner coming, boys. Let's get her up on deck, huh?
On board the Cajun Queen, Scaly Pete looks over the catch of the day.
Yeah, this my daddy's iron, all right. But this ain't the shark. Not the one I was looking for.
How do you know?
How I know? Not big enough. This look like a mega to you? Oh, well, looky here. She's on for me. Hello! How you mama and them?
Whoa! But why'd you do that?
So I can identify her next time I see her. When I spear her.
The tiny pup responds with an instinct for survival.
You maybe want to turn off that camera.
A famous big game hunter once posited that after an animal had tasted human flesh, it forsakes its natural prey in a deadly single-minded search for the most dangerous game. Remember, when planning a cemetery, try to avoid high-risk coastal areas. This shark understands that she needs to eat essential minerals to stay healthy and grow. A shark's gills are not designed to function out of water. The peace of the grotto enables the shark to approach the world with greater confidence and effectiveness. Exhibiting behavior more common to whales and dolphins, this shark is able to use biosonar to locate potential prey. Overhunting of Fawtick's keystone predators has led to a superabundance of catfish, which is just fine by local bully Rosie the alligator. This protein supplement has 0 additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors. Groupers are capable of absorbing extreme amounts of water in their attempts to suck up prey. I have one of those new pop-up tub stoppers at home, and let me tell you, those things are just a magnet for hair and debris. muskie, is a freshwater fish commonly found throughout the Great Lakes region, so I have no idea what it's doing here. Into the stomach contents of a shark is acutely aware that they'll eat just about anything. And we should expect much angst, ennui, and poor decision-making. In the kill or be killed world of the sea, performance-enhancing mutagens provide benefits that could mean the difference between life and death. once wrote that Amos Beauregard was the Rodan of the Bayou. But Beauregard was functionally illiterate and had no idea who Rodan was. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. I used to buy Sunshine sunscreen until I read it contains 7 hormone-disrupting chemicals and palm oil. If a group of consenting adults wants to perform cryptic rites to shadow forth the prophecy of the great old ones, who am I to judge? Remember, if you find yourself hard aground, the best thing to do is stay with your canoe and die the death of an honorable seaman. While adorable, these soft stuff mascots don't provide much in the way of nutritional value. Someone should have taken a gun safety class. In spite of their reputations as wrestlers, alligators haven't mastered the nuances of scientific holds like the figure 4. A clock would hardly be the strangest thing ever retrieved from a crocodile's mouth. As a result of industrial pollution and sewage wastewater, Dead Horse Lake was designated a Superfund site in 1996. The artist spent 16 years building this sculpture out of trash pulled from the lake, only to have it thrown back in the lake by intoxicated locals. random mutations aren't random. They require large amounts of mutagens as a catalyst. The shark returns to the grotto to focus on personal transformation. Ocean predators most often select and strike a single prey at a time. Sharks is the damage dealers that get injured from time to time. Several grouper have made a home near the retired nuclear cooling towers. This is a great opportunity for the shark to test the theory that exposure to gamma rays gives you superpowers. We appreciate the grant from Sunshine Solutions that made this show possible. We'd also like to remind viewers that mass cloning and gene editing for today's military is safer than ever. Until local police departments settle a dispute over jurisdiction, these two remain a popular attraction for selfie-seeking snorkelers. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. Shark versus dolphin, orca versus giant squid, boat versus pylon. When establishing dominance, the contest is usually a deadly one, with survival as the prize. Sharks are responsible for just 3% of hunter deaths. Drugs, alcohol, and poor firearm handling account for the rest.
Got a short system.
The Scourge of the Swampland, Bayou Willie.
I see something!
This latest cycle of attacks will certainly be among the most infamous chapters in the long, troubled history of human-shark relations.
Kinda regular there at Flamingo Joe's. Even say it's a tourist trap. But it's the only place to get a decent Sazerac that don't have me on that do not serve list.
begins another reckless campaign of extermination.
Dead horse lake.
That's it.
Shark extermination. Got a new bounty for you, boys.
The bartender life ender, Bobby Bojangles. The bull shark obstinately digs in as the conflict escalates. Hunters waste little time hitting the water when a shark becomes a threat to human life.
Dead horse lake. Shark extermination.
Roll out! We got a shark problem that needs fixing.
It's always best to accept shark attacks as a normal part of the marine environment. Hunters in pursuit of a dangerous shark. Those closest to them prepare for the possibility that they might come home.
Got a shark situation.
Another shark attack. Let's get him home.
The savage shrimper, Pookie Paul.
Shark fin!
Despite Port Clovis's best efforts, the aquatic beast refuses to be tamed. takes 3 hours of training and $8 to become a licensed shark hunter, though very few bother with this formality.
Another shark attack.
Free recipes are available upon request from the Gulf Coast Fisheries Association in their pamphlet, 8 Ways to Prepare Bull Shark. Dead Horse Lake serves as a salient metaphor for human fallibility in the face of avoidable catastrophe. Shark hunters have close friends or family members who have been eaten or acted on by sharks.
I'm not an ornithologist, but I think it's probably a bad idea to get in the middle of flamingos' natural migration cycles. Just
See that fin?
To keep in mind that in certain respects, a shark is merely a highly skilled killing machine, driven by appetite and little else. The shark, perhaps having gone too far with her pranks and hijinks, is now the subject of a county-wide shark hunt.
What the heck?
Radio says we got a new recipe.
The fishing phenom, Candyman Curtis.
Shark!
Despite increased aerial surveillance, confidence amongst tourists and locals alike is far from buoyant. by royal decree in ancient Fiji. But this is decided, not ancient Fiji. There's way more liquor stores. Payday lenders. Shark must now be killed and publicly displayed to satisfy the city's thirst for revenge. Hotshot, Ensign Tyler Dixon. The shark's hardy, resistant skin can now be used for wallets, key fobs, gun holsters, and other fine leather goods. Since the mid-20th century, an increasing number of oceanographers have warned about uncontrolled development of the sea. The Hoosier hotshot, Ensign Tyler Dixon.
Get loaded for sharks. It's hunting.
The shark's reckless behavior only further incenses Port Clovis's citizens. about saving lives, but it's also about safeguarding the corn-fed colossus, Butcher Boy Brady.
Dead shark. Radio says we got a new bounty.
That's big.
Throwing caution to the wind, the big fish escalates its battle against Port Clovis.
Oh my God, shoot her!
Unfortunately, the shark leather market has experienced a significant fall-off since the flashy and decadent 1980s. Any body of water saturated with sewage or slaughterhouse wastes can be quite appealing to sharks. canoeing, one should wear bright and noticeable clothing, but only if your color choices are on trend. Port Clovis's communal guard against shark attacks came after experimentation with animal sacrifices to appease the shark god, Dakiwaka.
Dead Morty Lake. It's a dirty job. Somebody's got to do it.
The toast of the coast, Lieutenant Shannon Sims. Free recipes are available upon request from the Gulf Coast Fisheries Association in their pamphlet, 8 Ways to Prepare Bull Shark. That a new era of environmental stewardship will restore order to our treasured wild places. Sharks are scavengers, indiscriminately consuming anything that's vaguely edible. Some of their frequents the waters around Trash Island. where they enjoy a steady diet of hypodermic needles and used pregnancy tests. A shark will hurl itself at anything that floats. By putting sharks in their place, hunters ensure they'll stay in their lane. So we don't have the toast of the coast, Lieutenant Shannon Sims.
He's ahead of us!
Fellas, we got a shark we need to put down.
Know you're around here. I'll find you.
And avoid us forever.
The situation has escalated, and the price on the shark's head has risen.
Hell, I don't know. Maybe she's
Handyman special overlooking breathtaking panoramic lake views. Open living with vintage appeal. All depth.
should've brought my fish finder. I really should get them polarized.
Say what you want. Them hobos, good workers. Unlike my so-called son, Kyle. That's why I pay him to stay on the lookout for that shark.
No, she's near.
Shark! Starboard!
Should've brought my fish finder. I really should get them polarized. She's close. She's real. She gotta be somewhere out here. I just know she's here.
Clovis retaliates against the shark by sending some of its most disreputable citizens. The man-eater's longevity depends on her nimbleness. To catch a shark, one must be as quick as a shark. Many a child has run away to the sea with a head full of romantic notions of dynamiting sharks for a living.
Starboard!
The multi-million-dollar menace, Mama Maybell.
That's a new one.
shark proves as slippery as it is deadly. The marine predator displays caution as the situation further escalates. Rampant shark attacks can put our social systems under extreme duress. This shark merely mistook its human victim for some sort of injured or disabled fish. Shark hunters stalk their prey, fully aware of the grisly horrors that await them upon a single misstep. The able-bodied seaman, Commander Percy Metcalf. Shark's liver oil can now be processed into a high-grade lubricant. to assure the Antolini crime family that this footage will in no way be used in the final edit of our program. Combines the immediate threat of drowning with the primal terror of mutilation like a shark attacking a prey. By putting sharks in their place, hunters ensure they'll stay in their lane, so we don't have a Planet of the Apes situation on our hands.
Random boy. I wouldn't know him from Adam. If he kill another fisherman, that's between them and him, yeah?
While most know him as the friendly face of Captain Winky's fish and chips, in real life, the pirate was a genocidal monster who murdered and enslaved thousands. Port Clovis's most disreputable citizens have converged on the area.
Definitely a shark.
Bad news? Another shark attack. Good news.
She's surfacing.
The able-bodied seaman, Commander Percy Metcalf. Despite increased aerial surveillance, confidence amongst tourists and locals alike is far from good. To stop Mother Nature's vengeance. As with many social movements, the annual Driftwood Man Festival purports to foster progressive change, but it's really just an excuse for hippies to flout public nudity laws. The threats to our ocean seem overwhelming. But by working together now, we can ensure that future generations always have a place to dump their old tires. A shark attack too often provokes Port Clovis locals into killing every swimming creature along the coast.
Shark at a dead horse lake. That's something out there.
Sophisticated wildlife management has never been a priority in Port Clovis, and so amateur hour begins. The needle-toothed nightmare, the barracuda.
Almost killed another shark.
While most recognize it as the title of a classic rock radio staple, did you know that it's also a fish? Well, it's true. The beast of the fleet, Captain Robert Bruntlet.
Shark, forward!
the beast of the fleet, Captain Robert Brundtland.
Let's get loaded for shot, Posty.
Got a bull!
It's over, Wilbur, Ginger.
The bull shark obstinately digs in as the conflict escalates. It takes a shark to catch a catfish, or just a reckless small-town yokel out on a noodling weekend. Back on board the Cajun Queen.
That's Kyle, my son. He's just here for the summer. Studies marine biology. Look at that. I got one hand can still tie a hook. He got two can barely tie his shoes. Must get that from his mama. Yeah. He used to help my daddy around. Spent a lot of time together. But we wasn't close. He was a shark hunter, that's all he was. If anybody were gonna catch the mega, it'd be him. Thought it was a government experiment, got himself loose. Boy, he wanted that shark. Wanted it bad. Found it once. Didn't catch it, no.
What happened to your father?
Huh?
What happened?
Look, I ain't got time to answer questions all day. Got work to do.
Just like Kyle LeBlanc, our young bull is the inheritor of a long family tradition, struggling to find her place in the world. The spring of '73 was a magical time in Port Clovis, when local favorite Trash Talk placed 20th in the Derby, and the city placed first in the country for petty theft.
Should be embarrassing, right? But in Port Clovis, they put up a monument. You gotta be the best at something.
This has forgotten all about its rogue shark, for now. Golden Shores was built as vacation residences for wealthy out-of-towners, with spectacular ocean views, private beach access, and a gate to keep out the locals. Is an animal of broad dietary proclivities. Consistently the most difficult hole on the course, many golfers struggle with this par 7 humdinger. The bull shark is known to be a voracious, if hardly discriminating, eater. The shark returns once again to her safe haven. New USGA Rule 4.1A2 might have saved these damaged clubs from abandonment. Golf ball diving is an exciting and growing field where you can risk alligators and venomous snakes for 7 to 10 cents per ball. The members of Baton Tordu who commissioned this piece apparently found it whimsical, whereas if you ask me, it's a little trite and unimaginative. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. The sleep disregards the state's 24-inch size limit for kingfish. The largest mako ever caught weighed 805 pounds. For perspective, that's like 1,000 cans of condensed tomato Kingfish are rich and flavorful, making it completely worth the risk of ciguatera poisoning. It's a kingfish in the mood, quite like watching a 73-year-old hit a double bogey. The fact that they've turned the waters off Baton Tordu into a spawning ground attests to their love of seniors golf. High-fat fare like this to help fuel her reign of terror. Somebody's drinking team has a drowning problem. shark hunting was prohibited by royal decree in ancient Fiji. But this is decidedly not ancient Fiji. There's way more liquor stores and a limit. To catch a shark, one must be as quick as a shark.
Traders come every year to Baton Rouge, because what other way is there to celebrate killing beautiful animals for tasteless, nutritionless body parts than a $450 round of golf?
Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers? This is anticlimactic.
Let's pack it up.
The battle is over, but the war goes on.
Suffocating out today. Anybody else see that? Anybody got a good set of needle-nose pliers?
The cigar-like shape of the Barracuda is instantly recognizable and unmistakably phallic.
Sinking sharks, a lot more better than sinking butts. See that hole there? Sunk it in one shot back in '93. And if Cliff Gillich tell you I didn't, he'll lie.
These rich people parties always end in a fight over whether a poodle wheat and terrier mix should be called a woodle or a wheat.
Protein makes a great between-meal supplement, giving the shark the energy she needs to put on serious madness.
The hell is it? Come on now. Is that it?
Golden Shores import this mako from Sri Lanka and train it to guard their community? Not likely, but let's pretend they did, as it makes for a more interesting storyline. Carefully designed to decimate its prey.
Gulf Coast stopped growing cotton and rice and started growing luxury vacation homes.
That about wraps it up.
It's another unsuccessful shark hunt for the people of Port Clovis. Once more, the shark turns back to this place of centered calm. Bull sharks prefer to hunt in cloudy waters, where it's harder for prey to spot. Fondo and the Barracuda Boys were voted Port Clovis's best party band 3 years running. Curiously, none of the boys are actual Barracudas. Any panic from the shark's target could spell death. Upon using this medication, if you experience priapism, do not attempt to improvise your own surgical shunt. Sultan of Speed, the Mako. Fast and aggressive, the Mako is known as the peregrine falcon of sharks. But as the peregrine is a land-based bird, this designation means nothing to the Mako. Tigeroos are part of a complete balanced breakfast for anyone aspiring to one day suffer from fatty liver disease. Underneath the shark's skin is a complex nerve network capable of assessing the strength and health of her prey. natural food of bull sharks is anything they can cram in their gaping maw. Bayou Brawler, the American alligator. The shark's unique eyes allow it to see in both bright and dim light. Rosie has been a star in Big B's Bayou Buddy stunt show, but our shark is far too young to appreciate Rosie's classic brand of celebrity. Back aboard the Cajun Queen, family tensions are at an all-time high.
Kyle, what's wrong? Can you catch no reef?
I can, but this one's like 20 feet.
15.
Whatever.
Can't do it.
I'll come out there. I'll do it. The old man with one hand.
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't be mutilating baby sharks.
What you say?
Nothing.
Boy, couldn't catch in a diaper. You telling me how to hunt a shark? Believe that?
I mean, I came down here thinking it'd be a good opportunity for some father-son bonding. But now, I don't know. I might start looking for another summer job.
Hey, not everybody made to be a fisherman. I just hope this whole university thing works out for him, yeah?
Sapphire Bay's famous Pier 1 provides visitors with plenty of skee ball, popcorn shrimp, and elegantly airbrushed t-shirts. Even for sharks, it's important to create personal time for sober self-reflection. As is well known, volleyballs make way better friends than soccer balls, who will stab you in the back the first chance they get. America's largest shark finning enterprise, Mama Maybelle Bryant has collected quite a fleet of recreational boats. Her fail sons, Randall and Tyson, can often be spotted idling around Sapphire Bay.
Let's go to Flamingo Joe's. First my time's on me.
With little fanfare, another bounty hunt comes to a close. The profusion of parrotfish here have kept Sapphire Bay's local hammerhead healthy and strange-looking. Pride in boat ownership manifests itself in a variety of ways here in Port Clovis. There's no such thing as a recession-proof business, except for the frozen banana stand. Whether boom or bust, the demand for reliable, quality frozen bananas remains a constant.
Take Kyle to the carnival when he wasn't nothing but an itty-bitty boy. The fact that he was afraid of that Ferris wheel should have told me he wasn't never gonna be no shark hunter.
While homeless and itinerant hobos will work for a living, they are not to be confused with bums who are sedentary and refuse to work. Like the son Joe. anything to satisfy the gluttony that is their defining trait. Believe it or not, people paid over $12,000 to sleep in these tents and listen to Swedish DJs for an entire weekend. In the 70s, abandoned bales of marijuana frequently appeared along Port Clovis's shoreline. These were colorfully referred to by locals as square blue. Son of a...
Said all kind of things about Mama Maybell, but she always give me a fair price on Phoenix.
Long a haven for small government ideologues, Port Clovis prides itself in its lax amusement park safety standards.
This is the only known habitat of the speckled seaside sparrow. But, you know, they went extinct in 2007.
If only someone had done their 6th grade reading assignment, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided.
Yeah, used to be my favorite lighthouse. Had a keeper named Emil. Always in the best coordination. Now they got it out of me. That computer's a lot less fun to drink with.
Every night before they sleep, parrotfish envelop themselves in a sleeve of mucus. Because what's breezier and more comfortable than mucus? Like most American cities, the founders of Port Clovis were Freemasons, and probably Illuminati, who congregated in secret UFO bases to perform Luciferian blood rituals. 'Took weeks for our crew to earn the shark hunters' trust, to convince them we were not insurance investigators questioning their disability claims.
Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
That's the one.
Could be looking right at me.
Start.
Oh, shark. Suffocating outside.
Dad used to take me here for sailing lessons. He sit up on his trawler waving his hunting rifle, yelling at me to sail faster.
The evolutionary anomaly, the hammerhead. Overcoming her opponent's clearly superior depth perception. The bull retreats to the grotto for refuge and quiet reflection. As twilight falls, Pete is in an uncharacteristically quiet mood.
It's a dangerous job. It's not something unknown to me. Well, you want to see dangerous? Look at that, yeah? That's PT 522. My daddy crewed that off of Guadalcanal. He was Navy. Gunner's mate. Pacific Theater. But when I was 16 men, came back a day later with 3. Man survives all that, just to die here in the Gulf.
What happened to him?
Boy, don't like me saying this, but my daddy, his granddaddy, was killed by a mega shark.
I'm sorry. He's talking about a prehistoric fish that went extinct 2.6 million years ago.
I seen it.
Now, you were a kid.
Ain't they discover new animals all the time?
Sort of. Well, not exactly. In lots of cases, they're just corrections of species with different names. Also stuff like misspelling.
Boy, I just say it. Maybe there are things in the water that ain't in your textbook. Stick around. Maybe you learn a thing or two this summer.
Whatever.
The ocean is vast. The majority of it still remains unmapped and unexplored by mankind. Perhaps Kyle shouldn't be so quick to dismiss his father's fevered ramblings.
That's the one what took my hand, all right. Get yourself ready, boy. Now we playing with power. Shark, on our left. I wanna make the coupillon out of you.
Shark on our left.
She's catching her wind.
Shark on your left.
This girl's a crafty monster. Need reinforcements. Don't drag us now. That there cage cost me $3,000. I got an non-beat for some food. She busting enough to get your attention, Annie?
Scaly Pete remains resolute.
Where's she at?
I don't know.
Big enough to tussle now, ain't you? Can! Get that can! Douse him! Pique-toi! Ah! We're about to blow! Get the f*** off! Forget it, boss! He's just a boat! Carl! Carl!
What remains of the boat lurches, then slowly sinks to the bottom of the sea. The shark is now an elder, and thus begins a new battle against systemic age discrimination. This trimaran, like many before it, was lost in its journey to the mythological dry land. This protein supplement has 0 additives, so the shark doesn't have to worry about hidden artificial colors or flavors. While they appreciate human sacrifices, the eldritch gods of yore are seldom enthused about being summoned to Port Clovis. In the not-so-distant future, a young visionary entrepreneur will spot these 3 shells while snorkeling and revolutionize after-toilet care. Once more, the shark turns back to this place of centered calm. Pulling off a successful casino heist is made even harder when you drive off the road into the ocean and drown. by Roger Cantrell, recently broke the state record for number of revocable commercial fishing offenses. After the end of the tiki craze, bar owners toss their Polynesian-inspired decor into the Gulf, where their kitschy charm is completely lost on native marine. Blah, 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 late-stage capitalism. Every summer, Port Clovis plays host to the Megasonic Electro Carnival, giving a real boost to the local MDMA industry. A giant inflatable unicorn is a whimsical way to let the world know you've been doing jello shots since 9 a.m. This shark is a sort of super scavenger, completely lacking in what may be called dietary discrimination. Port Clovis considered removing these naval mines after the war, but the city had already spent its annual budget booking a Nickelback cover band for the 4th of July. The longest great white ever caught measured 12.5 meters. For perspective, that's like if you had 5.5 Shaquille O'Neals and lined them up head to toe on the ground. When it was discovered that their Stonehenge replica was astronomically misaligned, enraged Port Clovians threw it in the ocean. The shark uses lipids from high-fat fare like this to help fuel their reign of terror. Fostering a balanced ecosystem is a complex and multifaceted process. What harm could arise from killing a bunch of seals?
629 days, Prosperity Sands ain't had no shark attacks. You can take OP for that. Prosperity Sands sure ain't.
Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
To look at the coast is to recognize that the boundary between sea and land is transitory, and that all life on Earth is just a cosmic accident. There is a very real risk of drowning while surfing, but at least you'll leave behind a cool-looking skeleton.
The hell is it?
I like this beach you and me. Got a lot of nice-looking, wealthy women. Yeah, there's a court order says I can't be within 200 feet of the beach. You can see a lot with a good set of binoculars.
Anybody else see that? Anybody's got a good set of needles and pliers.
That's kind of disappointing.
another unsuccessful shark hunt with people who wore clothes. The voracious sea beast tears into one of her favorite foodstuffs, a seal.
Shop here I do. Nowhere else in town got that mango butter facial scrub I like.
Shark is now a mega shark, often referred to by scientists as the 64-ounce gas station soda of large marine predators.
About no raves. When you throwing a fiddle door on the beach at night, you just asking to get bit. My ex's folk docked their boat at painted sails. But, you know, so do a lot of other New York Creoles.
Caviar Key features painted sails, a luxury 5-star resort built over the remains of Tillamoochan, a pre-Columbian city that was once host to the most advanced civilization in ancient America. Humans' attention spans are short. We've already forgotten about the shark and her many crimes, so thus ends the bounty. The Emperor of the Deep, the Great White. With state-of-the-art cameras, we can probe ever deeper into the netherworld of the book. White is often referred to as the king of the ocean, which gives it a skewed understanding of the role of a monarch in modern society.
Pete, what's in the barrels?
Fish food.
Pete, whatever this is, can I ask you not to do it?
I'm gonna get that shark, one way or another.
It's just that this is unnecessarily destructive. I mean, it's just one shark. There's a whole ecosystem.
One shark that killed my boy.
Pete, look, I understand.
Wanna keep tugging on this knot, you?
To see this area is to witness the inability of the hydrosphere to support the growth of humanized landscapes along the Gulf. If you're like me, you're probably wondering what their secret is for such durable papier-mâché. The grotto provides a brief respite from the Sturm und Drang of the Gulf. After losing to King Crush in the 2011 Monster Mania semifinals, Big Finn stepped away from the limelight for a simpler, more natural way of life. It's estimated that only 1 out of 1,000 sea turtles lives to adulthood. That means this turtle is quite the survivor. Recently, Port Clovis has gained a reputation for its derivative, politically confused street art. Shockingly, this was only Alex's second worst birthday. A strange conglomeration of stuff will end up in the stomachs of sharks. The sleek rover is acutely alert to the presence of nearby prey. Sea turtle numbers have exploded. Bad news for seagrass, great news for orcas who enjoy torturing and eating them. Even after the creation of a killer clown task force, clown-related homicide still remains a problem in Port Clovis. Anything. orcas do enjoy playing with toys, but not half as much as a day-old seal carcass.
I catch 3 of them killer whales they got there at fish fingers. You could say I got a real keen eye for talent. Although, wheelers really gotta work on those side aerials.
The smell of prey excites the shark's olfactory sense.
Said to them, you better build that boardwalk higher, because you just asking for a shark attack how you got it now. But do they listen to me? No, not at all. Yeah. More cloves really been sprouting up these past few years. Put some of my own money in this. Gonna be a laser tag fun park.
If a T-Rex is your favorite dinosaur, then you're boring and unoriginal and you need to pick a different favorite dinosaur. His eyes are constantly on the watch for food.
It could be anywhere. What is that?
This is quite a find. Although, that depends on the gold market, which has really been underperforming lately. I blame the Fed, of course, but what can you do? A shark is never one to pass up a fat fiesta. As we to focus on personal transformation.
Maybe I don't know how to properly stock and manage a fish pond, but it's a learning process. They don't give you no scholarships for winning no big air rail jam.
Port Clovis City Council never misses an opportunity for cross-franchising. Anita just wants her favorite comfort food, raw shark liver. The white and black attack, the orca. once the featured attraction at marine mammal parks, now have a new favorite trick, killing things. Campaign of extermination. And there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Joe's. The ocean waters are driven constantly by tides, currents, and Saudi-owned super yachts. For more than 3/4 of geologic time, the land was uninhabited, without a single destination spot anywhere to be seen. No one can tell what may be found in a shark's stomach. It's truly the ocean's garbage can. With 24-karat gold fixtures, 2 discos, circular staircases, and a mosaic swimming pool, the Chatelaine is still only Port Clovis's second most ostentatious yacht. Even the self-driving technology of Gazorpazorp is not without its reliability concerns. To eat over a ton of food every day, which here in the Gulf mostly consists of hammerhead sharks. This recreation of the Titanic was so accurate, 1,500 people died during its maiden voyage. Sea sponges' demand for pineapple homes has sparked massive deforestation throughout Costa Rica. But being brainless, sponges rarely weigh the consequences of their buying decisions. The shark now has an asymmetric edge on the competition. A great way to discourage museum attendance is to put your museum underwater. Aggressive ocean predators encounter each other, anything can happen. Scientists have their theories, but no one is entirely certain why nature ever allowed a monstrosity like the hammerhead to exist. No matter how small or docile, is anatomically a potential source of danger. Not all sharks make for good eating. A bull shark will eat a sack of coal. The bull shark knows to eat right away, as hammerhead meat spoils. long knows who built this mysterious underwater base, but odds are they probably own a Nehru jacket and a Persian cat. It would be more practical simply to close the beaches. But why do that when you can just set loose a gang of amphetamine-fueled locals with guns?
We've made some real bad fish kills because of these oil tankers spinning. But it brings a lot of money into the economy. Can't argue with that.
Port Clovis has long been a popular dumping ground for the military, thanks to its lenient regulations and low tipping fees. But mostly it exists to be exploited and commodified by humans. Honed while in prison.
I said Captain Blighty sunk his treasure somewhere around here. Been funding a diving expedition every year for 10 years, and I ain't found it yet.
Giant monsters, or kaiju, occasionally visit Port Clovis to pregame before destroying more worthless things. Ice fishing is similar to regular fishing, but enjoyable only to upper Midwesterners. This will be the subject of much discussion at the Shark Research Institute. It's a shame that human and shark must so often meet as enemies.
Your situation out there. Oh man, more road sharks. We need a port.
The cetacean assassin, the sperm whale.
told you. This museum's the first place I took him after when he got certified.
The world practically ran on sperm whale oil. Now we can only watch them from afar, dreaming of tapping their skulls for all that sweet spermaceti.
Okay, I've had my fun for...
Port Clovis's communal guard against shark attacks came after experimentation with animal sacrifices to appease the shark god, Dakuwa.
The university sends their students out here every summer to study the reefs. Shit. Guess we all got different ideas about summer fun, yeah? Those sewer lines need work. I've had campylobacteriosis, cryptosporidiosis, leptospirosis. Let me tell you, partner, that ain't no joke.
Pete has a new boat, and from the looks of it, there are several features probably not legal for civilian use.
So you found me. So what?
Pete, I don't know what all this is, but you're scaring us.
What you gotta be scared about? You a shark?
Pete, I don't want to, but I think we need to get the police, maybe the Coast Guard involved?
You think I'm crazy? No, I'm the most sane man you ever seen. Look, I didn't get here easy. But when some shark take everything I got, I'll give her the same chance she gave my boy. None! Now get the f off my boat before I kill you too. The f I say! Hope you got a hunger on! We serving shark etouffee tonight!
Pete has built an impressive battleship. But will it be enough to endure the prehistoric might of a mega shark?
Hello there, girlie. As you can see, I came prepared today. I'ma fix you up real purty. This about the end for you. Got a problem. Turn that back on. Get tired of looking at y'all on this thing. Look at the size of her. You a big. Need reinforcements. Don't drag ass now. We back on. Need a diver. Hey, you gotta be more careful. Suit up, divers.
Shark!
I'm the legend. Go hit me. Getting y'all out, swimmer. Torpedo! Got you right in my sights. Bet you didn't think I had torpedoes. It's about the end for you. I will chum y'all up. Fine will. Gonna hurt you bad. Better watch how you pushing my buttons. Look at the size of her. This is going to be a knockdown dragon. The last thing I do. Laissez les bons temps rouler.
I suppose there's a lesson to be gleaned here. Something about how the increasing commodification of the natural world has placed humans on a collision course with an environmental apocalypse. But this is a basic cable show where people tune in to watch sharks kill people, and people kill sharks. So until next fishing season, this is Maneater. The shark has somehow survived the multi-gigajoule explosion unscathed. But just like that, she's on to other things. In case you're wondering about me, the network Namby-Pamby's canceled our program due to depictions of actual death. So I'm now broadcasting online, free from the meddling of censorious busybodies. Hi, my name is Trip Westy. Recently, I produced the television nature series, Maneater. Over the course of filming, our cameras witnessed unprecedented displays of evolution, strange mutations never before observed by the human eye. When I spoke to a prominent marine biologist, she claimed it was due to Port Clovis's extreme levels of radioactivity and industrial effluent. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was merely trying to plague me. What did she really know? And why wasn't she telling me? Then, as if the stars had all aligned, the former Q-level security specialist sat down next to me. What he told me would haunt me for the better part of a year, and lead me back to Port Clovis on a dangerous journey through dark secrets, government cover-ups, and a clandestine cabal of extraterrestrial elites single-mindedly determined to enforce their will on humankind. Come with me on a quest for the truth. Truth Quest. Judging by the bull's behavior, she smells a new creature. If it threatens her apex status, a heated confrontation is inevitable. The predator must act quickly, lest she lose the scent of her prey. The shark works the odor trail with a singular focus. Perhaps she's caught scent of Jormungandr, the world-encircling sea serpent of Norse legend. What admirable hustle! The creature has disappeared, probably whisked away by a government boat, lest we capture the beast on video. Going back to ancient times, extraterrestrials have demanded animal sacrifices, and what they are not given, they take by force. Shark bounty questers. Whatever it is the shark caught scent of, the secretive Black Ops unit conspicuously called NWO has captured it. What might be their nefarious plans? Port Clovis is a powerful energy vortex, sacred to the insectoids for its high concentrations of caffeine, taurine, and high fructose corn. The markings on this satellite suggest that it belongs to Site P, a top-secret military compound, and perhaps the home base of these NWO troops. Unfortunately, I suspect there's more where that came from.
That hard to find. How good I am at spotting stuff. Shark shouldn't be that hard to find. I just know she's...
This is the Plover Island Complex, commonly referred to as Site P. Whatever bizarre and dark depravity lurks within its bowels, we're about to find out. Naval dominance has always been part of the hidden agenda of the insectoid elite. They hate our boats, because our boats mean freedom. Appear the great galleons of the global conspiratorial elite. The Underworld Order hates the shark because she dares to attack the very pillars that prop up their temple of lies. hardcore intergenerational Satanist TJ Toffee.
Right in front of us.
Ship by ship, the Illuminati want to transform the Gulf. Once so vibrant, so full of southern rock and outlaw country cruisers, into the dark Stygian waters of hell itself. Sadistic evildoers have set sail, gleefully ready to commit heinous crimes from the decks of their warship.
She's close. She's real close. Should've brought my fish finder. She gotta be something.
Right ahead.
I really should get some polarized lenses. I just know it. Should've brought my fish finder. She gotta be somewhere out here. I really should get some polarized lenses. I just know she's here.
The insectoids are rabid that the shark will soon reveal the truth of their agenda. Traveling around, we are constantly reminded of how man's intrusion has disrupted the fragile equilibrium of the marine world. The big fish seek shelter as the NWO shock troops assemble. Notice the fish-like shape of the alien aggressor's ship. A subtle homage to Nimrod's Babylonian cult of sacred fish.
Target is in the vicinity.
13th degree York Wright Mason, Ron Honeywell. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have a cyanide capsule in your possession, now's the time. Don't be fooled by this elaborate diorama. The real horrors are buried deep underground. This satellite is but one of millions in the villainous cabal's interstellar quantum communications. Shadowy cabal despises her independence of mind and spirit. 13th degree York Wright Mason, Ron Honeywell.
He's here!
Someone call the power company. Reporting.
Just get the damn thing.
The shark can protect us from this rampaging pack of apostate wolves.
Coming up!
Back quickly!
High Priestess Jocelyn Sandini. Driving force for the bull shark.
Should have brought my fish finder.
WO has good reason to be afraid of freedom-loving patriots like this ship. The shark refuses to subjugate herself to the insectoid's will, and thus is targeted as a threat. Every year, we're sprayed with billions of pounds of toxic aerosols. That's why you've got to protect your cellular matrix with Sulfur Shield organic sulfur crystals, only from survival. Scavengers, indiscriminately consuming anything that's vaguely edible. Anticipating a reprisal, the predator flees. NWO is still in hot pursuit. The fish must be cunning, because unlike her pursuers, she doesn't have a 5,000 horsepower engine.
That is definitely a torch.
This footage could only be captured with the best professional-grade Swedish drone cameras. She successfully evaded the New World shock troops, at least for the time being. Government-suppressed free energy source, the electric Great White. Electrocommunication, or just to fry their fellow sea creatures tidbits. consider that a warning. The shark decides to nourish herself on the local farm. So this battle can be won on an empty stomach. I started this channel 6 months ago, only to be met with personal attacks by uninformed citizens like Bong Lord 69, who commented, "What a dumb A-word, F-word piece of S-word." Well, it continues in that vein for several paragraphs. We've got to keep rolling, even if the NWO threatens to execute Protocol 5. The New World Order has begun to amass its forces. Horrified at what she's already witnessed, the Predator lashes out against the Illuminist group's deceitful agenda. If there's no such thing as targeted weather warfare, then why am I occasionally inconvenienced by rain, snow, and excessive cold or heat? You can tell that this is old World War II technology due to all the flickering. Project graduate, the Shadow Worker. Coincidentally, Shadow Worker was also the name of a CIA-funded covert op to overthrow the Grand Duke of Sussex. Someone has recognized the Orca's genocidal intentions towards America. While intellectually, I understand that adrenochrome is a byproduct of synthetic epinephrine with no practical applications. Emotionally, I understand that it's siphoned directly from children's pineal glands as the immortality drug of the Luciferian elite. shocked by the atrocities unfolding before them. Block 50 users from commenting. This is just the sort of response I prepared for after dedicating myself to informing the masses about the real truth behind global events. Many people believe that 300,000 years ago, the insectoids created humans to mine the Earth's gold. But this is absurd. They're clearly more interested in our copper reserves. Powers reconquer. The shark has taken a keen interest in an electrical transformer. That transformer must have been powering NASA's insidious Project Blue. But how? The explosion has drawn unwanted attention. The patriotic Piscus must be swift to avoid capture. She should hurry, as trespassing on military property could result in a 6-month prison sentence. The NWO doggedly pursues the fleeing predator. I haven't seen a fish this wily since Babe Winkleman tried to catch that pike in northwestern Ontario. The bull's olfactory center registers the sweet smell of food. Now we see what the NWO's been hiding. Inside sources have ascertained its name, Moloch. This devious aquatic bioweapon is designed to disperse a mist of viral particulate. A potent combination of Ebola, anthrax, and Lassa fever. Within weeks, it will spread from Port Clovis to infect the entire world. Then, Big Pharma will reveal that they've developed a vaccine. The price? Every country must submit to the Insectoid Brotherhood. We must stop them before they can implement their demonic program. Just an update. I performed my own technical surveillance countermeasures and didn't find any bugs, hidden cameras, or GPS trackers. Yet. Project Sunshine side effect. the bone sperm whale. And only this shark is paying attention. The Dark Brotherhood will carry out their global coup d'etat by any means they deem necessary.
It's over, boys and girls.
Castle Bravo survivor, the irradiated bone sperm whale. You'd only guess, the ritualistic drinking of human blood. The insectoid brotherhood knows that the war isn't won with conventional weapons alone. That's why they've sent the whales. With the soothingly fecal odor of this prized intestinal secretion only from survival. I planed everything from Pearl Harbor to the sinking of the Lusitania was a false flag. But this is not a false flag. I repeat, this is not a false flag. fourth-dimensional insectoid shapeshifter, Big Man. About the coming Red Dawn-style invasion of America. Only this shark is heeded my alarm. Has been implanted with an RFID chip to monitor for everything. The Underworld Order hates the shark because she dares to attack the very pillars that prop up their temple of lies. Mother of harlots and abominations, Barbara Terra Nova. Cabal is the bioweapon has reached America's shores, perhaps having already unleashed a rapid viral agent upon the citizenry. Now, the NWO will hold the country ransom, offering the vaccine in exchange for compliance. Bioweapon appears determined to disperse its infectious bodily fluids anywhere and everywhere. influencing machines, designed to make us hate America and love apprehension methods having failed, authorities sent out a motley collection of untrained, unlicensed individuals to do their work for them. The influencing machine is destroyed. Americans, freed from its spell, will forsake their polite veneer for good old-fashioned cheeseburgers. The bull shark demonstrates the importance of getting enough. Judging by the behavior of wildlife in this area, the bioweapon is also spreading estrogen-mimicking endocrine disruptors. Folks, I don't know about you, but I have a small saxitoxin-filled needle that I am prepared to use in case I'm captured for forced labor in the insectoid's copper mines.
What the hell is it?
Clearly, the NWO sunk this ship for trying to deliver food, water, and medicine to imperiled patriots. Atomic Energy Commission project, the irradiated electric great white. One intriguing theory about the irradiated great white is that it acquired from a radioactive landfill. Inside source says they're going to shut down this broadcast under Executive Order 10995. Love books, but don't love to read? Autolist.com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today. Like H.P. Bearden's Parrots, The Sinister Truth. More of these machines dispersing mental poison from hell, creating a lumping mass of propaganda drug Americans who'd rather watch Aubrey Dominique take the Cocoa Pop Challenge than read the Constitution. Aha! Take that, Aubrey Dominique, delusional insectoid bomb. By demon powers, the Illuminati prove a dastardly foe.
What is that? Yeah, a breeze would be nice.
Com has over 150,000 titles you can start listening to today. Like Robert Bensky's Debunking the Pearl Harbor Debunkers. An answer to Stephen Schatzman, Walter Eisenbud, and other idiots who criticized my first book. The hunt is over, and there will be an inevitable rush on dollar drafts at Flamingo Towers. Window dressing, this is just the beginning. Next comes the countrywide search and seizure of our weapons, gold stores, and freeze-dried beef stroganoff. Intimidated by the shark's fierce love of country and implacable devotion to the ideals of liberty, the bioweapon flees to open waters. It appears that the bioweapon is not only carrying a viral agent, but the HPV vaccine as well. The beast of the bottomless pit, Moloch. Everything is energy, even physical matter. So maybe, if we all focus our minds on the destruction of this unholy weapon, it will happen. Undermine Western Like heroic Neo, the shark has freed us from the Matrix. Now, we can unplug from the metal coils that once enslaved us leave our mechanical caves, and greet this new dawn of truth. It's been 90 days since my last Truth Quest broadcast. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering where I've been. Well, for the past year or so, I've been partaking daily of ayahuasca. In fact, the very concept of Truth Quest came to me during a powerful vision. It was during my last vidcast that I experienced what my wife described as a psychotic break. The next day, she and my son Steven staged a family intervention. Well, I'm happy to report that since then, I've filed for divorce. Now I have time to dedicate myself to my true calling. Questers, we know that reality is just a mirage. Somewhere through the crack between time and space, great cosmic truths remain, still awaiting discovery. These are the obscure and unmarked points along the road of our Truth Quest. NASA's fraudulent Apollo 11 moon landing was necessary. Otherwise, the world would have seen the domes and spires of the insectoid's lunar base, Vraxon. master raiders want to annihilate the world as we know Insectoid high priests of war won't be set until the Gulf turns red with the blood of the slain. Sinister, masked behind holographic alien technology. I guess we'll all be the gulags now.